Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I'm your host, Justin D. Morgan. And yes, I had a good week of vacation. Oh, I guess I could take these off until we actually get to using chemicals, which I'm sure we'll have to use because flux is a chemical. Anyways, let's see here who we have in the chat. We've got Thomas Armstrong. Hi, Thomas. Thomas will be joining us as soon as he can. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. We have Alexander. For once, I got a notification from YouTube about this. It took literal years for them to get it right. Hi, Alexander. We have... Oh, all right. And that's everyone in the chat. All right, I have a new coffee goal for the end of the month because Hardware Hacker sent me a tip last week to push me to 100% towards the workbench. So I am still designing it, and about mid-October, I think, is when I told my neighbor I'd be ready to go buy lumber. So stay tuned for that. And I may just do like a channel supporter exclusive build something or other on it. Might even when I finish the design, because I didn't get a chance to do that last week while I was on vacation. Yeah. Jack says, can't wait to see the design for this workbench. We all need inspiration. Yeah, I may have to publish the design to Patreon and Ko-fi and the YouTube channel members, just so at least there's that out there. But anyways, let's get on to what is on my workbench. I picked up a few things last week. So Myrtle Beach is not exactly the best area for retro computing thrifting, but I did manage to pick up a few items, starting with this Alpha Smart Neo that was at a thrift shop for the low price of $4.99, and I saw the receipt. They didn't even charge me tax, so that was nice. It cost me $4.99, and it is about as green as my gloves. And I have gone nearly an entire week, because I think I picked this up, a week ago, on the 22nd. So I have had this thing for 1 week, and I have not been able to turn it on, because I'm sure the batteries are dead. And I did not bring a screwdriver with me to the beach, so I haven't been able to open the battery bay for a whole week. So, well, you know what we've got to do. First, I see we have Retro Tech Chris. Hi, Chris. We have Jesse, I8386SX. Hi, Jesse. Jesse says, picks up hardware on vacation. This dedication or the need for therapy. I'm not sure. All right. So, was my $4.99 well spent, or is this thing going to end up being a corroded mess? I don't know. It probably should say something that I didn't have a screwdriver on vacation. You should probably worried about me if I brought tools. Yeah, Jack says, good thing there wasn't battery juice dripping out of it during your vacation. Chris is asking, did you go swimming in the ocean? No, I did not go swimming in the ocean. Oh, there we go. We have batteries. We have Amazon Basics batteries. Jack says, I do not judge for bringing tools on vacation. Well, maybe next time I'll slip a screwdriver into my laptop bag. So we have 3 Amazon Basics batteries, and okay, I do see some signs of battery corrosion on the battery terminal, but it is not from these batteries. Jesse says these aren't super old batteries either. Yeah, I know. These are actually... You know, I should maybe test these batteries, because these batteries might actually be okay. The problem might be that the contacts need cleaned. Chris says, my last vacation, I bought a K-Pro for a friend. Well, that's always good when you can pick something up for someone else. Okay. This battery is most certainly dead. I think that said 11 millivolts. I think it also said negative 11 millivolts. Oh, that one's 1.8 millivolts. And 3.8 millivolts. All right, those are... no, I have enough K-Pros for now. So, but yeah, Jack was asking anybody we know that Chris had picked the K-Pro up for, and yeah, it was Bill Lewis. All right, so one thing I have found that can clean the battery corrosion off is contact cleaner. And I'd prefer to not get this everywhere. You know, let's start. Jesse says Amazon Basics Dead Edition. Yeah. All right, so we will start with the isopropyl alcohol. It is quite possible that I may have to disassemble this for more intensive cleaning at some point. I got some of the corrosion off. Not quite as much as I was hoping. All right, we will try the... Hi, One Bit Fever Dreams. Welcome. We are looking at what I bought while I was at the beach last week. For my channel supporters, I posted a panoramic photo of our view from the balcony of our condo at the resort we were staying at. And if anyone's wondering, we were at the Prince Resort at Cherry Grove Pier in North Myrtle Beach. And we had a condo up on the 18th floor, so I had quite the panoramic view. At some point, if I bother to post a few of the photos, I'll probably post that for everyone at some point. Retrotech Chris asking, did you find any pancake houses? Yes, and we ate at none of them, because we have higher standards for vacation food fare. But there are plenty of pancake houses. They are all still open. And if that is your favorite food to eat while you're down at the beach, well, I don't judge. All right, I think those batteries are, or at least have more of a... Okay, all right, we will try this again. Jesse's asking, are there houses of pancakes made of pancakes? Not yet, but I'm sure one of them at some point will probably do it in the name of needing some catch to get you to stop at their pancake house. Chris says there are so many pancake houses in Myrtle Beach. Yeah, I think that in Myrtle Beach there must be a city ordinance that requires there to be a mini golf, a calabash seafood buffet, a pancake house, and a t-shirt shop on every city block. Hey, Harder Hacker, welcome! Tell me I'm not wrong, because that's like every block. Alright, and now that I've got batteries in here that I think have a charge, and I screwed the battery cover on so they don't fall off. Hey, look at that! An unexpected data change occurred. Did you recently remove or replace the Alpha Smart's lithium backup battery? Lithium backup battery? Well, I guess I'll answer yes. Oh, alright. Hey, there we go, look at that! This is an Neo. It works. Yeah, it's actually not bad key action. Jesse says it just needed some American-made Rayovac. Yeah. Hashtag America. Jack says, I guess there are more batteries to replace. Harder Hacker says, aha, I thought that was an Alpha Smart. Yeah, I picked it up for $4.99 last week. And I had to wait a whole week to open it because I didn't bring a screwdriver with me to the beach. Alright. So it does look like we do need to replace a backup battery. And I don't know where the backup battery goes. But if I had to guess, considering the fact that it asked me if I changed it, I wonder if the backup battery goes... Oh, okay. I wonder if the backup battery plugs into this? Or is this a... Ooh, that's got some corrosion on it. Alright, we're going to have to pull open the manual, because... Text says, Justin, are you trying to torture us by leaving the price sticker on the middle of the screen? Uses a CR2032 allegedly. Alright, I'm going to have to pull up the manual to see... Is this where the CR2032 goes? Because if it is, there's not... I don't see where the battery would fit. Or if I got to remove the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 totally necessary screws to get to the CR20. Chris says you got to take the back off. All right. Maybe this was for a rechargeable battery that you could install in place of the battery. Oh, I bet that's what this is. All right. So Chris says we have to take the back off. All right. Well. All right. In the name of seeing if my $4.99 purchase is a winner, we will go ahead and take the back off. Let's see here. It probably needs a corkscrew. And I think I just randomly... No way. I think I randomly picked the correct one. First guess. That usually never happens. Alright. Also, I think that. Oh, oh. Let's see here. RetroTech Chris for the. Ah, there we go. All right. Chris sent me a picture of where the battery is. And it looks like once I get the cover off, it should be fairly easy to replace. And then we'll know that my NeoSmart will also be able to look to see if there's any internal battery corrosion that might need to be cleaned, or if it's just limited to this battery connector. If it's limited to that battery connector, then I'm just going to ignore it. Oh, that's annoying. There's two different size screws. Oh, and no one has ever. All right, well. I will totally have to pick up that one battery off the floor. No, you haven't missed the regrets yet. As you can see, I've got 2 shopping bags and a box. So, don't worry. There is one regret. It arrived before I left for the beach. I have no idea why these 4 screws are. Apparently, because they could. They put ginormous screws here on the top. They're like, so. Here's the screws that were holding the bottom the bottom of the case on. There's the screws that were holding the top of the case on. Now, if you were wondering why I was having so much more trouble getting the last 4 out than the first 4, yeah, it's because they're like 3 times as chunky. All right. Cover just comes right off. Oh, there we go. All right. I do see there's a little bit of corrosion on the back of this battery terminal. I guess I'll take care of that later. But let's go ahead and take a look at the inside. So this has a Dragon Ball VZ processor. Yep, that is Motorola's, I want to say 32-bit microprocessor. Something like that. I think there's a little Samsung RAM chip there. And there's our battery. So, go ahead and there's a little plastic peg that holds the battery in place. And I don't know. I'm not sure if you can get the Hey, Mike's Future Retro, welcome. Um, I might have to use something bigger than that spudger. Oh, you can't see what I'm doing because I'm zoomed in. So I'm trying to use the spudger to push the battery out, but there is a plastic peg here, which I'm presuming is to keep the battery from just sliding out over use, but oh, Jack says the Dragon Ball is a 68K CPU. Cool. Well, alright, I guess here's what we'll do. Well, so as not to break the battery holder, I will unscrew the board. I'm not exactly sure that's what they intended for you to do. But that certainly does seem to be the method least likely to cause damage. All right, there we go. There's our Panasonic CR2032. No, I, I, I was not able to use anything to push it out because the plastic peg is sticking up too far. I'll check it in a moment. Hold on. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's dead. But we'll check it. It's like a YouTube requirement. All right. Okay. Well, I dropped the battery on the floor too. So now is the chance for me to pick up the batteries, plural, that I dropped. All right. Okay. Yes, this Alpha Smart is USB. I was kind of afraid it was going to be one of those as well, Jack. All right. So the Panasonic battery has, yeah, 47.7 millivolts. Now, the new battery, or at least what I think is the new battery that I dropped on the floor, yep, that is the new battery. All right, confirmed. There we go. There's the peg that keeps the battery in, and it's like nearly as tall as the battery. So I don't know how they intended for you to replace the battery, short of removing the board. Or cutting the peg, but, well, we weren't going there. Oh, all right. Let me try to get these screws back in. I'm trying to turn them backwards so I don't create new threads. And that is not working for some reason. Oh, there's there's a barrel jack right there. I think that's how you charged it. All right. I do not know why turning these screws backwards. The trick to not creating threads and plastic standoffs is to turn the screw backwards until you feel it snap. But all these screws are doing is going sideways. All right. Well, I tried. I'll just screw them in because. Yep. I guess while I got this open, I'll see if I can't put something on that corrosion on what you there. If you could probably see a little bit of green on the battery terminal there on the inside. See if I can't put something on that to bust the corrosion. All right. So there's our PCB back in. We got our battery. All right. Just let's just put a little deoxit on it. All right. We'll put some full strength deoxit there. And I guess I might as well get the rechargeable battery terminals as well, even though I'm not going to use it. Because it's probably for a. Hey, Callan, welcome. This is probably for a NiCad, maybe nickel metal hydride, but. All right, well. Okay. Well, that didn't really do anything, so I'm going to very carefully try some of this new stuff I got. It's Corrosion X, kills rust and corrosion, safe in electronics, and it says it's good for battery terminals, so I'm going to very carefully spray some on the corrosion on these battery terminals. Okay, that was a bit more than I wanted to spray. Hmm. Yeah, sprayed on the battery terminals and everywhere everywhere else inside. Yeah, that was not exactly what I intended to do. The purpose of this device was to let you type notes away from your computer. And then you could connect it to your computer and it would type your notes into the computer. Yeah, as Hardware Hacker says, a non-distraction note taker, good for school environments for folks who get easily distracted otherwise. I suspect their downfall was the fact that as cell phones gained more power and more functionality and came down in price, and then iPads and other tablets kind of probably made these largely, well, probably made it so they didn't sell well enough. I, I think Alpha Smart might still be in business. Yeah, Carter Hacker says, not that I have that problem. Hey, look, a squirrel. Jack says, his laptop became less luggable. Chris says, it's always easy to get distracted when studying for finals. Yep. All right. Actually, I think the stuff might have actually busted the corrosion off these battery terminals. I think it got some up. Well, okay. Maybe that didn't do as well as I'd hoped it would. But, alright. At least I've wiped up the severe overspray I managed to get in it. Alright, I guess I do need to I'll remove the price tag from the screen. Yeah, I did. Thank you, Hardware Hacker. I will try to do. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to stream it, Jack. I will try to do some exclusive content around building the workbench, but I can't guarantee it'll be a stream because I don't have any cameras that I'm willing to get wood dust in. I really don't know how woodworkers. Well, actually, there's probably a reason why woodworkers don't live stream woodworking, and that is probably because they would go through so many cameras that it would become unsustainable. So I will do some exclusive content, but I can't guarantee it'll be a live stream. And I don't know that I can guarantee it'll be a video content because, again, I don't have the budget of a woodworker YouTuber to be able to afford to replace cameras every year because I get sawdust and everything all up in them. I'll try to do something. Okay, so there we go. We got a new battery in it. I know these batteries are going to want to fall out, but let's see if I can't maybe hold them in. Jack says, frame 1, empty basement. Frame 2, basement with completed desk. Yeah, basically. All right. we go. All right. The backup battery's in. I have let it reset its internal memory. And now that I think I've gotten the bulk of the overspray of that anti-corrosion stuff out, it has a very petrochemically smell, so I have a feeling it's petroleum based. All right. It said it was safe for electronics, so there we go. All right, so we'll put the back cover back on. And so that I don't get oily residue on everything else that I touch tonight, I'm going to change gloves. Jack says, I keep missing which model this is. Is it a 2000 or a 3000? I don't know. It just says Neo by Alpha Smart. I don't see a 2000 or a 3000. Harder Hacker says, hold up, 2 USB ports. We'll have to look. I don't know what they're for. I don't know what model this is because it doesn't say 2000 or 3000. All right. One for a flash drive, possibly. Maybe. I'd have to pull up the manual, which I don't have the manual. All right. Let's put these screws back in. Well, I'm glad this works, because I kind of thought I would... Because I bought it to actually use. Because I have ideas for blog posts sometimes, so I may use this as my distraction-free blog dictation device. All right. Oh, Jack says Neo was the successor to the 3000, I think. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Released in 2004. Actually, I think this one's got firmware that I thought I saw a 2007 copyright date on the boot screen. So this one, maybe it was purchased later, or maybe it's got a firmware update. That might also be why there's more than one USB port on it, potentially. All right, well, I'm trying to not double thread these screws, but Hopefully the CR2032 battery lasts a while, but I'll keep... At least for the short term, though, I was going to actually try to use this to get my impressions of it, so I'll leave AA batteries in it. Maybe this will be a good test to figure out how long the batteries will last. Although I guess I could look up the... did I? Oh, no, there's the screw. All right, let's put my 3 batteries back in. All right, there we go. Put the battery cover back on. And this time when we power it up, it hopefully will not complain. Next, it looks like the Neo 2 was released in 2007. I was thinking this was just a Neo for some reason. All right, so let's see here. What ports do we have on it? Oh, that's for a printer. So we got power adapter, IRDA. This has a computer icon, so I think that's for a computer, and that's a printer. Okay, this thing may warrant some closer evaluation. Jack says, I do think it's an original Neo and not a Neo 2 based on pictures. Yes, all right, let's see here. Sticker. How's the best way to remove this sticker? I don't know. My first thought was to take a paper towel, soak it with some Windex, and put it on top of the sticker here. Try to minimize the amount that gets in under the screen. And Alexander says a chisel. Yeah. Might come to that. The sticker's been on this for all of probably a week or two. Worst case, this had been on their shelf for 11 months, but I doubt it was on their shelf that long. That was the time period between when I was last at that thrift shop. Most thrift shops, if something doesn't sell in a certain time period, they'll toss it, and the color of the price tag usually tells them how many weeks it's been on the shelf. Pink was not any of the colors of the week, so they'd probably just receive this. Jack says it has applets. Applets. Cool. How do we... Harder Hacker's asking, how do we hook it up to an image writer 2? Asking for a friend. Would that friend, by chance, be someone who pretends that they're a used car salesman? Or a used computer salesman, or whatever the gig is? That the same person might actually be a YouTuber that has a name similar to PC 81. Person has a shed to hold all their image writers. Harder Hacker says, might be, but I was making it up for laughs. All right, there you go. I have cleaned the screen. So there, you all can breathe a sigh of relief in the chat that I have removed the price sticker from the middle of the screen. Jack says, printing appears to require PCL or ESCP support. No idea what ESCP support is. Epson. Epson, that's Epson's. PCL is Hewlett-Packard. Texas. Whoo! Our price sticker nightmare is over. Woohoo! $5 from Hardware Hacker. A little $5 tip. Thank you, Hardware Hacker. And we got that. Oh, there we go. Is there any applets installed? Calculator, control panel, keywords, beamer, alpha quiz. Nope. Don't know how you exit that. Oh. Print? Oh. Print? Oh, looking for printer. Okay, well, I was trying to figure out how you get to the setup, maybe. Yes, it has IR, yeah. Strange 5150. Now, we're on what I picked up at while I was on vacation. So, anyways, Neo by Alpha Smart. I think it was owned by someone that had the initials EB, because it looks like this had EB lightly etched onto it. Had a sticker on the bottom, too, that the thrift shop removed. Hey, Quicksilver AUS, welcome! Jesse says, the HP LaserJet 4000 had an option for IR printing. No, this did not come from eBay. It came from a thrift shop. We haven't got to eBay yet. All right. So anyways, Neo by Alpha Smart. I might try to write a blog post or something from this, and maybe the blog post, maybe I'll write 2 blog posts from this. The first one, so I can get an idea of how good it is, and the second one, summarizing how my blogging experience was. Anyways, there we go. And it's in great shape. And we didn't crush it on the way home. So, all right, the next item I got from a game store that is at the Tanger outlet on Route 501, I believe. Not to be confused with the Tanger outlet that's on North Kings Highway. I know, kind of confusing, but the Tanger outlet that's on 501 has a game shop. Now, the one item that is not in the bag, because I left it upstairs because I had to try it last night, I picked up Tetris for the Game Boy. Carter Hacker says, or the one in Maine. Actually, this game shop, they have 3 locations in South Carolina. It's South Carolina based store. They've got one in Charleston, South Carolina, the one in Myrtle Beach, and Chris is asking, is that the one next to the Pancake House? I'm fairly sure there is a Pancake House there somewhere. It is across the road from a BJ's Warehouse Club, which has opened in the past 11 months. But anyways, oh yeah, the Tanger has outlet malls in lots of places. And some of the stores you find at those outlet malls are like the same set of stores. But then some of the stores are different. And this is, I really should remember the name of the store. Because if you're in Myrtle Beach, especially if you're at the Tanger outlet already, then kind of one of those that I would say stop in. Because you never know what you might find. Because you're probably wondering what this is. I'm surprised no one's taken a guess based on what you can see through the spindle hub. That could actually be a fairly decent clue. Because I'm looking up the name of that outlet mall, because Oh, the game room. There we go. It's the game room. Anyways, I guess the low-tech way of sharing it. They still had a bunch of Atari 2600 games. They have I think they still have Retron-style systems there. I don't know if they had these there. They definitely had PS1 games. I dug through them. I didn't see what I was looking for. NES games, PS2, 3, 4, 5 games. I think they still had cassette tapes. They've got video game consoles you can try. They put random games in them. They have things on display like this SNES tester dealy-do thing. Neato stuff. Statues that are on display. Pokeballs. Raikou watching over the parking lot. Anyways, very neat place. So it's the game room at Myrtle Beach. Yeah, it's off Route 501. So, there you go. The game room, Myrtle Beach. They have two other locations, Charleston and Savannah. So anyways, yeah, if you're in that area, go check them out. That is a non-sponsored plug. One of the ladies that works there actually recognized me. She didn't remember my name, but she recognized me. She was like, "It's been a while since you've been here." I was like, "Yeah, it's 11 months." She's like, "I remember faces, but not names." I was like, "Good enough." All right, you all are probably wondering. So for the 30th anniversary of, 30th anniversary of Windows 95, I found at the game room, Myrtle Beach, and amongst all the other PC CDs and jewel cases that were in the back of the store with varying prices. Yeah, they have PC games. I found a Windows 95 upgrade CD for $2. Someone actually cut the CD envelope to fit in the front of the jewel case. CD is in good shape. I was like, well, that saves me $2 of coasters, and I don't have to actually do the "it's my backup copy" wink thing if I do a YouTube video on it. Jack says, "I'm pretty sure I have a Windows 95 CD for some reason." Yeah. Anyways, so I got Windows 95 upgrade. In fact, maybe for Packvember, we'll upgrade one of my Packard Bells to Windows 95 using the upgrade, and we'll kind of remember what it was like. But anyways, yeah. Everyone was guessing a VIC-20 emulator. So yeah, $2. I want my $2! Alright, and lastly, for the things I'm going to admit to buying, I went to a thrift shop, or, well, I guess it's, I don't know if thrift shop's the right term. Anyways. So, there are many YouTubers that buy storage lockers and then set their items up in booths all over the country. One of those YouTubers is the Bearded Thrift Machine, and I happen to remember that they have a booth down near Myrtle Beach somewhere. So we were down there, we were talking about going thrifting. I looked up where they were, and it turns out their booth is at the Bounty Hunters Emporium in Surfside Beach. Surfside Beach is the first beach south of Myrtle Beach. Don't ask me to name all the beaches in order because I would get them wrong. And in fact, there could be a beach tucked in between Myrtle and Surfside, technically. But anyways, I think the first beach town south of Myrtle Beach proper is Surfside Beach. and that's where their booth is. Sadly, I did not see anything in their booth, but I did stick a pin. They have a map of the country, so if you visit their booth, you can stick a pin where you're from. So I did stick a pin in their map, but I didn't see anything at their booth. But I found at another booth there, and this is my commemorative item to remember the trip by. So this was my third annual trip to the beach with my parents. So naturally, I picked up Super Mario Brothers 3. Quicksilver AOS says, sounds like my kind of place. Pack surfboard. Your waves are probably bigger. I'm sure there's some place on the East Coast that has bigger waves. I wasn't seeing them in North Myrtle. Got Bomb says, if that's a VIC-20 version of SMB3. Hi, Jason. So anyways, I picked up Super Mario Brothers 3. And yeah, it looks like it's in good shape. And because my return period's over, and because I'm actually kind of curious, I'm going to open this up and make sure it's an actual Nintendo cartridge. Because one problem with some of these NES games is there are fakes. And it can be hard to tell without opening it. But this one looked legitimate. I'm pretty sure it's an actual cartridge because the label looked right. The Nintendo logo in the plastic looked right. It honestly kind of looks and feels like a vintage cartridge. But anyways, oh, good thing I did this. All right, there we go. All right, indeed, this does appear to be an actual NES cartridge. Because I think there's the... let's see here. Yep, I believe this is going to be the program ROM. There's the character ROM. I think this is going to be some extra RAM. And there's the mapper chip. And there's the CRC chip, or whatever they call it. CRC chip. And there's some corrosion. So let's go ahead and take care of that. I don't have my SNES or my NES handy, so we won't be testing this tonight, but I am at least going to deoxit that slot. Jesse says, who would suspect counterfeit NES cartridges? Well, normally that would be something I would thought would be sacred and safe, but, well, I guess scammers sometimes just want to make a quick buck. This wasn't the cartridge that I would have thought they would have done it to, because it's not really that rare of a cartridge. They usually do it to the more valuable cartridges. But yeah, it's something you gotta watch out for on eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Alright. Yep, that's pretty dirty there. Jack's asking, do these cartridges have bad caps? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there is an electrolytic cap on the board, so theoretically at some point it probably will need to be recapped. I think the bigger problem with these are the card edge just being worn from years of playing it and corroded from people blowing on the cartridge, despite the fact the owner's manual says don't blow on the cartridge. All right. All right, I think that there is just probably some wear from use. Jack says the Neo Smart Alpha looked free of any leaky caps. I should probably do an Adrian. Yeah, I probably should. If I can find my magic eraser. I may have to do the magic eraser later because I can't reach the magic erasers. Yeah, this one does look like it could probably use a mild magic eraser treatment. Yeah, the top half did look a bit oxidized. The bottom half looks pretty good. So, anyways, all right, there we go. So I think we'll go ahead and put this back together. So does go in the case, chips pointing towards the front. Yeah, I don't think I need to go polishing tip crazy on this one. I think magic eraser is probably the most invasive that I might need to go. Anyways, there we go. Super Mario Brothers 3. And yeah, I did look. I don't think I have Super Mario Brothers 2, but I don't remember seeing it. And I passed on Zelda um Zelda 2. I don't remember the name of the game because I don't have Zelda 1. And besides, I have to leave something for eBay and Wheel of Regrets. So there we go. Super Mario Brothers 3. And I've given the edge contact a little bit of a clean. So, hopefully, it'll work when I try it. So, yeah, Super Mario Brothers 3, Windows 95 upgrade, Tetris, which wasn't shown because it's up in my Game Boy that's upstairs, and a Alpha Smart Neo. And with that, because everyone's probably wondering when we are going to get to the brown box on the table, just as soon as we play this important announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Justin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right, and we do have this package here, which arrived the Friday before last, fortunately. So there wasn't any risk of it getting set on my porch while I was out of town. This comes to us from an eBay seller in Texas. So hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Texas. No one has guessed what this is yet, which is probably not surprising, given that it's like usually not something people normally guess. And no, I will give you a clue. It is not something from Cisco, or at least it should not be something from Cisco. Zach's guessing a VIC-20 power supply. Nope. It's not a VIC-20 power supply. Sadmac says, it's a box. Probably not DVDs. Hi, Sadmac. Welcome. Nope, it's not a VIC-20. People already guessed VIC-20. And I said, nobody's guessed it yet. Thomas Armstrong says, more Trident cards. Callan says, packing material, hopefully. All right, well, Callan is correct. There is packing material in here. Well, I guess there's no hiding what's in here, though, because, well, it's an Adaptec SCSI card. Jack says, lol, a new inbox 2906. Yes. Connect your zip drive, scanner, and other SCSI peripherals. Notice the picture. World's #1 choice for SCSI cards. For desktop PCs and Macs. Yep, that is a G4. Works with Windows XP and Mac OS X. Drivers included. 8.6 to 9.x and 10.1 and later. There we go. Built for Mac OS X. That is definitely a good sign. And yep, there we go. A sealed SCSI card. Now you're probably wondering why in the world I bought one of these. Considering, I think a few weeks ago, I pulled out a box that looked almost exactly like this one that I bought at a thrift shop up in Chantilly. And if I can find where I stuck that box. Well, I think I probably set it to the side for documentary reasons. Anyways, it was an opened box. It was for a 2906. The Mac picture on it was, I think, kind of looked like a beige G3, but it might have been one of the other towers. Quicksilver says, oh, please dump the ROM of that. Put it on RetroWeb. I have a PC-only card. Same model for my G3. I will, when I do open it, I will be sure to do that. I don't know how I'm going to dump the ROM, though, because it's like a surface mount chip. But Jack says, I also have a 2930, and I'm trying to remember the difference. But I will find some way to dump the ROM. Anyways, I'm not going to open this tonight because it is still sealed. And I'm hoping it doesn't have a ISA PC SCSI card in the box like the first one that I bought at a thrift shop did. And I did something silly and I saw a PCB in the box and said, oh, yep, looks like everything's here. And I did not pull the SCSI card out to confirm it was the correct SCSI card. I only looked at the DB25 connector on it, said, yep, that's the correct one. And it was totally not the same card. Yeah, I was also charged $10 instead of $5 for it because it was in a fancy box. It was an expensive mistake. All right, anyways. I will now be able to try SCSI PCI in a Mac. Thomas says, I have one in a G4 audio with one in a G4 audio and dual boot, and the SCSI is great for porting back to older machines. Yes. So anyways, now I've got a SCSI card for an old Mac. And we have now gone through what I bought while I was on vacation. Oh, Jack says, 2930 had an external HD50 connector and supported Ultra SCSI. Yes. No idea what devices were Ultra SCSI, but sure. I couldn't tell you either. All right. Now that we've gone through everything that I picked up last week, the one package that arrived just in the nick of time to not be on my porch. Oh yeah, you all will be happy to know. Thomas Armstrong says the 15K RPM drives were ultra. Okay. I had mentioned, I think, before I left on vacation that I had needed to order some memory from Memory Masters for a project. You'll be happy to know I did that last week, and they shipped it UPS ground instead of USPS. So if I'd realized they were going to use UPS ground this time, I could have ordered it earlier than I did and would have had it sooner. But anyways, I did remember to order the memory I needed. So, yes. 3 16 megabyte sims and a pair of 4 megabyte sims, because the single 4 megabyte sim was $10. The pair was $14. I was like, having a spare 4 megabyte sim that I know works is worth the $4 extra. So it's a weird it's for a weird machine that has 4 megabytes on board. So you have to use a 4 megabyte sim in the first sim slot to make it an 8 megabyte bank 0, because that 4 megabytes is in bank 0. I think bank 0 rank 0, or however 72 pin sims select the side of the sim. So basically it's acting like one half of one sim. So you put a 4 megabyte sim in bank 1 or bank 0 to complete the double-sided sim. And then you could put larger modules in banks 1, 2, and 3. The only way you can put a larger module in bank 0, or at least according to the instructions that I have, is you have to use 4 32 megabyte sims. And yeah, it's too much memory for the computer. I'll settle for 56 megabytes. So, that should be on the way. I would kind of like to get that computer finished. And yes, that particular build, well, it's not a build, it's actually a pre-built computer that someone gave me that I've done some upgrades to it, but I wanted to install the max RAM in it, and it's really picky about sims that it likes. And I didn't have any 16 megabyte sims that it liked. It will not work with EDO sims. It has to use fast page. And it needs double-sided 16 megabyte sims. So Anyways, yeah, I had to order from Memory Masters. Anyways, that particular computer, I've decided I'm going to put a large enough hard drive in it because its BIOS supports large enough hard drives that I will triple boot. I'm going to set it up so I can triple boot DOS Windows 3.1, Windows 95, or Windows 98 Second Edition. So with 56 megabytes of RAM, well, you can do the math as to how well each will run. But I believe 56 megabytes of RAM does meet the minimum for all three of those operating systems. So hopefully that build will be pretty cool. And without further ado, let me go grab the 5150. And we'll start to extract the motherboard. Jack says 56 megabytes sounds tight. Well, the minimum system requirement for Windows 95 is 4 megabytes. So I know Windows 95 will be fine on 56 megabytes. It's Windows 98 Second Edition. I can't remember. I wanted to say it's like 16 megabytes. Alright, let's look up its system requirements. I was kind of thinking it didn't require much more than Windows 98, though, for RAM. Alright, system requirements. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. 16 megabytes of RAM was Windows 98, and 24 megabytes for Windows 98 Second Edition. Although it is possible to run on an 8 megabyte machine if you tell it to not check the amount of memory when you run the install. And yes, Firefox, you can, like, stop sending me all the notifications that happened last week. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me go grab the 5150 while Firefox gives me every last notification that happened last week. All right. Okay. And we have the 5150 on the workbench. Texas, 4 megabytes. Wow. I'm pretty sure Windows 95 only required 4 megabytes of RAM. Although, remember, that's the system requirement, not the this system will work great with. I would probably say you probably want to double the minimum requirement for a better experience. But yeah, the official system requirement for Windows 95 is an Intel 386DX CPU, 4 megabytes of system RAM, and 50 to 55 megabytes of hard disk space. And Microsoft made those claims because they wanted to maximize the number of people upgrading from Windows 3.1. Jesse says, Windows 95 RTM will run on 4 megabytes of RAM. It is dog slow. Yes. And I would say, if I were saying how dog slow it is, it would be a basset hound dog slow. And if you've ever owned a basset hound, you might know what I am talking about. Thomas Armstrong says, remember the old days when 2K was more than you needed, then core memory took it to 8K. Jack says, I'm trying to remember if you could boot System 7 with 2 megabytes. Ugh. I think you can boot System 7 on 2 megabytes, but probably no extensions. Let's see here. What was the system requirement? Oh, Wikipedia doesn't even say. I'm not sure 1 megabyte is big enough for System 7. Let's see here. System 7 used well over 1 megabyte. Yeah, you could probably boot it on 2 megabytes, but it's going to be a lousy experience. And Thomas Armstrong says, boot System 7 and use the calculator, yeah. Jack says, I was thinking you might be able to launch simple text. Lol. Yeah, launch, attempt to launch. I'm removing the expansion cards. I know it's out of frame, but that's how big a 5150 is. Oh, if you're wondering what these are the plastic card guides that fell off the case that I will have to reattach. Also, for my memory's sake, so I can put the cards back in the preferred order. Preferred meaning the way they were when I got the system. For provenance reasons, it looks like it is floppy controller, empty slot, hard card, CGA card, AST 6-pack card. Yeah, I don't want to lose the guides. Oh, also, someone was asking if I had a math coprocessor for the system, and I happened to find this, so we can put this in the board. It's an 8087-2, which I think means it actually would work on an 8 megabyte system. But I already have it, and I'm pretty sure it works. Because it's on anti-static foam with another chip that I believe also works. So we'll use this until I can. Unless I decide to use this one, which I was going to put in a different IBM. Because this is actually a 8087. We might use this one. Alright, so let's pull these cards out. They're all going to get recapped. So there we go. There's our floppy controller. And it has two of the mean tantalum caps on it. So we will replace them before they decide to throw a temper tantalum. Alright, the hard card is not an IBM. It does have some tantalum caps on it, but I'm inclined to leave them be because they're axial, and I don't have any axial tantalum caps. Although I may... Well, actually, we could see if we can read the marking on them. If they're 16 volt, I may replace them if I've got something. If they're 25 volt, then they're probably fine. As long as the card's not shorted. I'm fairly sure that's a tantalum. Given the shape of the cap. I don't see a voltage rating on it, though. It says 173D plus 106M. Yeah, Thomas Armstrong says just test it. All right, it is a tantalum. All right, we'll test it later. We got to recap things before I even try to use the Thomas says it's 16 or 20 volts. Yeah, before we try the Miniscribe. In fact, I'll actually probably try to power up the Miniscribe drive with an external power supply before I try the hard card, because if the Miniscribe drive if it doesn't spin up at all, then, well, there's probably no reason to even plug the hard card in. Thomas Armstrong says the axial tantalums are rare. Well, 5150s are not as rare, but don't try to convince eBay sellers of that. So there's our CGA card. Not an IBM one, and I do see some tantalum caps here in the corner. But they're probably fine. And in fact, they may not be tantalums. They might actually be... They might actually just be ceramics. Oh, no, wait. I think they are tantalums. I think there is a stripe on them. Let's see here. Okay, they do have a polarity mark. Oh, I think they are 10 microfarad, 16 volts. So I may go ahead and replace them. If they really are 10 microfarad, 16 volts, I'll just go ahead and replace them. Because that's the same value that I got to replace on the IBM boards. So I have plenty of them. The replacements may not fit as nicely as these, but... Oh, hold on. I'm just trying to see if I can't point the microscope at one of these. There we go. spin that a little bit more. Yep. Yep, I think those are 1016s. All right. Quicksilver says it's 156 picofarad, 25 volt cap, what the datasheet says. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I'll just use an external power supply to spin the drive up to see if it spins up. All right, so we got the floppy controller, the video card, and the AST card. It looks like AST used electrolytics. Excellent. So I don't need to recap this. All right. I think I've got a battery. Actually, I bet I could use a CR2032 on this one. Oh yeah, okay, that will actually hold a CR2032. I'm not going to recap the floppy drives tonight because I don't know that I have the caps for them. Well, some of these battery holders are too loose for CR2032s to stay, and that might just be because they've gotten stretched over time, or the metal wasn't as. I think it's actually probably for a 2520 or something like that. Or even maybe a 2530. Yeah, CR2025 is thinner because the 20 is the diameter in millimeters, and the 25 is the diameter in tenths of a millimeter, or the thickness in tenths of a millimeter. So it's a 20 millimeter round, 2.5 millimeter thick battery. I know someone will correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is a CR2520. It would have been too easy for AST to have put in the silkscreen what battery actually went there. Anyways. Yeah, so a 2032 is a 20 millimeter diameter, 3.2 millimeter thick battery, yes. Jesse says, you're probably thinking of a CR2430 battery. I don't think there is a such thing as a CR25 anything. Oh, you might be right. Had to order some CR2335s for a computer. That was annoying. Thomas says the manuals are archived. I don't. I was thinking there used to be a CR25, but I could be wrong. All right, so I'm probably not going to get to the floppy drives tonight because it takes a while to recap an IBM board. And I went thrifting, so already I'm 37. All right, so let's see here. I think there are 2 screws. I'm hoping there's only 2 screws. I'm hoping IBM didn't do something so silly, such as put screws under the floppy drive so that you have to remove the floppy drive to get to it. Yeah, I don't have a board preheater. I wish I had a board preheater. Someday soon I will probably have a coffee goal to get a board preheater, but there's actually something on my list before a board preheater. All right, so I'm trying to wiggle, there we go, wiggle the board free. No, I am going to desolder the capacitors. I have a way to get them off. I will get these capacitors off this board, and I will probably do it given tools that I have, although I wish I had a board preheater, because that would make it quicker. Jack says, oh good, Justin can get a board preheater and test that it doesn't burn down his house. That way the rest of us know what to buy. Or what not to buy. There we go. Here's our board. Something tells me it's had RAM problem in the past, because it doesn't have the same brand of RAM in everything. So the RAM chips on them that are soldered are IBM branded, but then the other chips are whatever they had. The mix between Toshiba, MasTec, and Texas Instruments. Oh, and a Hitachi for good measure. Thomas Armstrong says, upgrade random RAM. So I'm going to use hot air to preheat the board. They are 4164s. Because this is a 5150. It looks like most of them are, well, there's a 200 nanosecond and 150 nanosecond. It's a mix. Well, considering the original ones are 200 nanoseconds, I'm pretty sure any 4164s I get would work if I have any more bad ones. And I'm pretty sure I have some 4164s. If I can find my chip, my pin straightener, I will try to straighten out this RAM chip because it is a bit crooked. Thomas says, I buy the knockoff 6-pack cards for spare RAM. Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that do that because some of those knockoff 6-pack cards go for crazy amounts of money, and I could only presume that's because people are buying them for the RAM chips. All right. Let's get the new cap. So I'm going to get the floppy drives later. But if anyone's wondering, when we powered this up, so there's the tantalum that went on the floppy drive. And right here is the there's the top of it right there. Let me see if I can find my ceramic tweezers and get it off the board so that I can show it to you better. Yep, there we go. That's the top of that tantalum capacitor that was on the floppy drive right there. Kind of burned off, fell over, and then the cap smoked a little more. I think there's a dead bug or something goes beside it. All right. So that definitely needs repaired or replaced. And because if you watch the video, you'll notice that it looked like 2 tantalums went off. And that is because C7 also decided to give us a little fireworks show. And it looks like it pretty much blew out its guts. I'm hoping these orange tantalum caps aren't a different value, because that would mean I will have to order more caps, because I only have 1025s. Oh, they are 1016s. But in orange. All right. Oh, there's a dead bug. Yeah, I've seen where the surface mount ones have caused craters. I've not personally seen a crater on a board from a surface mount one, but yeah, that pretty much blew out the entire innards of that one. Yep, there's a 1016 as well. All right. Yeah, it went bang. Well, there is one here that I have somewhat of a mistrust of. Oh, I don't know what it is, but anyways. All right, so let's all right. So let's see here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Looks like we have 13 tantalum caps on the motherboard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 over here. 12, and wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right. I count 13 tantalum caps. Thomas Armstrong says, sounds right at 12. I think there's 13. Thomas Armstrong says, I think the drives have 2 on the 12-volt rail. Well, I'll get the drives at a later time. I want to try to get the motherboard. I'll probably get the expansion cards first to warm up. So 13, and then there's 2 on the floppy drive controller. That's going to be 15. And then I think there's 3 on this card, so that'll be 18. All right, that sounds good. All right, so if you'll hold, please, while I look on my desk for a moment. I get to play the game of where did I put the bag of tantalum caps that before I went live, I thought they were to my left, but we all know how this goes. We can workshop that name later. All right. Oh, congratulations. I have 2 missing feet on this case. That's wonderful. It still has 2 feet somehow. I'm hoping that I can unplug the floppy drives somehow. Yeah. We are going to use 2-pin tantalum caps in place of the 3-pin tantalum caps, because the 2-pin ones are way cheaper than the 3-pin ones. And this machine is for me, and I don't see a need to use 3-pin ones. Now, if someone were paying me to recap the board, and they really wanted me to use 3 pins, then by all means, I would buy the 3-pin ones for them, but they're like $250 a piece. And that was sometime last year when I checked the price. So they could even be $3 a piece now. As what's his name? The EEV blog guy. 3 Yankee bucks. Just to make sure everyone knows that I'm talking about Yankee bucks and not Canadian bucks or Australian bucks. Now, the 2-pin ones are more like in quantity of 100, like 15 to 20 cents each. yeah. Thomas Armstrong says the 3 pins made it simpler for pick and place machines. Yeah, because I think they're center something or other. I'll figure it out momentarily. I want to say they're center positive. Oh, that is also something you have to keep in mind if you're buying 3-pin tantalum caps, which they do make some of them today still. They come in both center positive and center negative, so you definitely want to make sure you buy the correct centerness. Otherwise, your tantalum caps will they will thank you in interesting ways for installing them backwards, basically. And by thank you in interesting ways, I mean fireworks show. Alright, hold please while I try to find the tantalum caps, which I thought were to my left, but they do not appear to be to my left. I'm also trying to look on my bench without setting floppy disks on top of the iFixit bit set because there are magnets in that case. It looks like I... Alright, looks like I... remembered where I put the tantalum caps. I have been tempted to restart multi-streaming to Twitch, but that poses certain problems that I haven't been able to resolve yet. And I'm hoping when I build the workbench, I will be able to solve the problems. The problem being that I don't have a place to put the Twitch chat in front of me, which is kind of a major problem when multi-streaming. That if you can't have all of the chats in front of you. Therefore, I am, at the moment, just doing my best with the one chat I can see, and the workbench will hopefully be wide enough and have a shelf that I can set enough monitors in front of me to be able to have both chats. So, yes, that there are more reasons than just the I cannot put oscilloscopes and multimeters in front of me problem I was trying to solve. I was also trying to solve the I need to have a big enough monitor in front of me that I can have multiple chats up to be able to interact with everyone watching. Jack says, oof, paying attention to 2 separate chats, that sounds horrible. Well, we'll see how it goes, but at the moment I don't have a place to put it. Because I can't put it off to my side, because I know that if I'm going to try Twitch again, I need to be able to have the chat up in case I get viewers. Alright, I am trying to find the tantalum caps. I am failing, which means that I put them somewhere other than right beside me. Also, I have slurmed my safety glasses, so I'm going to do a twofer of both getting up so that I can look in a box to my left for the tantalum caps, because I have a feeling that's where they actually are. Jack says, do the chat participants see a unified chat between YouTube and Twitch? No. Yeah, the one thing is I don't want to have an one video chat. It takes up too much room. But I do need to be able to see both chats myself to respond to them. I realize that will might be somewhat confusing, but it's a problem I'll have to solve later. Last time I tried streaming on Twitch, I had one viewer. Like, I had at most like one viewer. I don't think I ever had, I maybe once had two viewers. So the unified chat thing wasn't the huge problem then. Alexander says, yeah, I only put mine on the screen because it helped to provide context for old clips. Yeah, that is the thing that I realize that you lose the context, but I guess I also do read the messages if they merit reading, so it at least helps a little bit. But I guess it's a problem that I'll just have to explore in due time. But at the moment, I don't have a place to put a second monitor in front of me to be able to see a second chat. So YouTube, you're it at the moment. I'm working to solve that problem. I have resubscribed to Polystreamer, so when I have the monitor so I can see both chats, then I do have the restream service, and I can just set up streams and go. Yeah, Alexander says, I wish I didn't have to do it, but for the kind of content I was creating back then, it became necessary. Funny moments during gaming or other silly streams. Yes. Yes. Because otherwise, it would have been a loss, because I remember some of those funny moments. All right, let me see if I can find the Tantalum cap that I have inconveniently stored for future discovery. I'm hoping that future will be a minute from now, not All right, please continue to hold. I found 13, and I know I have at least 113. I'm looking for the Mauser box that I keep overlooking. So hopefully another minute and I'll have it. All right. All right, I guess we'll start with the 13 that I have, which is only enough to do the motherboard. Also, my safety glasses I was trying to clean. Some coatings started coming off the lens, so luckily I have a spare pair here. But I didn't think they were that old, but well, when your safety glasses have a coating that starts to come off, probably time to replace them. All right, I know I saw some tantalum caps on my workbench. I know I've got some somewhere. In fact, I probably have at least 150 floating around here somewhere. All right. While I wait for soldering and desoldering stations to warm up, let me take one last look for the tantalum cap, because they are probably sitting with one of the 5160s that I have, or 5155s that need Quicksilver says Tech Tangents has a nice Twitch YouTube setup. I think it's on his GitHub. Thinks it's KDE Plasma Linux though. Yeah, I kind of like my retro wave look. All right, All right, let me see. I'm going to go get a bottle of water and let me see if I can find those caps while I walk over to where I've got two boards that need recapped that take these tantalums, and I'm hoping the caps are sitting with one of them. Because usually, if I buy caps for a project, I'll set them with the project. So I'm hoping I've set caps with one of those boards. Otherwise, I'm stumped where I put them. knew I had them. Also, good news. I saved a bunch of money on my car insurance. Just kidding. I found the AT Tiny programmer that I had misplaced as well. Yeah, don't forget to smash that like button. Yeah, I found them. They're not the ones I like to use because they've got the legs spread out already. But that's because I ordered the wrong ones once. I still have another 100 or so floating around somewhere. And I'm trying to think if what I ordered them with. Because I think after I ordered these with that order that had the AT Tiny programmer in it, I think I ordered a bag of loose ones, which don't have the legs spread out. And I prefer to use those because the hole spacing is closer on the ones without the components spread out, which means they'll be quicker to install. But I guess if I use these on the IBM board, where I have 13 to replace, then I guess I can use these on the other boards where I have a smaller number. As I'm pretty sure I've got 13 in this bag. Of course, maybe I miscounted and I have more than 13. That would also be nice. Let me confirm how many of these I have. Actually, let's confirm these are the caps. I think they are, since they're in a generic bag. Yep. 10 microfarad, 25 volts. And hopefully I've got 13 of them. Well, I dumped them out off camera. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, I have 13 of them. All right. All right, 13 I can work with. All right. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to first, I'm going to confirm these are center positive. All right. I'm going to do that by putting my multimeter probe on one of the common pins, and I'm going to touch the outsides of a couple of these tantalum caps. Yep. Oh yeah, that's going to be the. All right, those are going to be the negative rails. All right, let me find the pin out real quick. I want to double check that those two are the negative rails. Which would mean that they would still be center positive, that would just mean checking center positive. The On the negative rails, the center pin is the common. All right, so I believe in the pin out. See, I'm pretty sure that's going to be 5 volts. Yep. All right, so because that's a capacitor for the memory, so I was pretty sure that was on 5 volts. All right, so this is going to be 12 volts, which is probably the one that popped when we tested it. Oh, maybe not. No. Oh, there we go. That's a 12 volt. Oh, I bet that one that popped is negative 12 volts then? Okay, there's the negative 12 volts one. Then we have ground, 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 ground. And that should be negative 5 volts. Okay. And yeah. Oh, or is this a. Oh, that's interesting. This tantalum that went is actually on the 5 volt rail. Interesting. Very interesting. That cap is on the 5 volt rail, and that's the one that went. All right. So my hot air, because I'm just trying to preheat the. So what I'm going to do is I'll preheat the board, and then I will add a little bit of new solder, and then I will remove the solder with the Polaris, the Wonder Cow Dog desoldering station. So I'm going to preheat the board with 250 degrees C because I'm just trying to preheat the board. I don't need it to get it scorching hot. I just want to preheat some. Sure enough, that cap that popped when we tested this the first time is, I believe, on the 5 volt rail, which is really weird. All right, let's see what is. Oh, the interrupter at the moment was Usagi Electric. Posted something to Patreon. All right. Thomas Armstrong says that is not common to go. Well, it might not be common to go, but that appears to be what happened. All right, so now that I've preheated the board, oh, all right, and now that I've got, all right, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Wait, I think there's one more cap over. Nope. All right. There we go. Four caps. All right. All right. I think that cap is loose. Pins are bent still. Okay, usually it's the 12 or the negative 12 that goes. The 5-volt going kind of has me worried about the power supply. It is possible the power supply is not regulating well. All right, second one is loose. I'll have to bend the pins, but it's loose, so I should be able to just bend the pins and get it out. So far, I'm getting all the solder out. Probably helps that this is a new gun. So that the heater is heating and it's free and clear. Did I cut the cap off? No, I didn't cut the cap off. I preheated the board. I added solder, and then I'm desoldering. These caps are so close to the board, I can't really get anything in to try to cut the leads first. There we go. There's our Splody cap. All right. There's that one. I think the only difference between the orange and the yellow tantalum caps are whatever they had in the machine at the time, or for hand insertion, or however they populated the board. Because they're all, as far as I can tell, they're all 10 microfarad, 16 volt. And I'm going to be replacing them with 10 microfarad, 25 volt for longer life. There we go. The first 4 are out. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, they're not all the same color. But they are the same values. The orange ones are marked 1016 and the yellow ones are marked 10616, which I'm pretty sure is 10 microfarad. Thomas Armstrong says that's common, made in Ireland. Well, this board does not say where it was made. Yeah, there's no manufacturing. There's no label on this to say where it was made, so. Anyways, so center positive. And since I only have 13 of these caps, I'll do them a few at a time so I don't drop them on the floor. Alright, so what I need to do is take a look at the label of one of these. So the stripe is on the side with writing. So while the contrast may not be the greatest for me to be able to see the stripe, I can definitely see the fact that there is text on the one side with the stripe, even if I can't, even if the contrast isn't great for me to be able to see the stripe, given the other lights around me. My ring light on my camera sometimes makes it hard to make out low contrast color combinations. All right, so center positive. That is true on all of these. They're all center positive. Even the caps on the negative rail. It's just on the caps on the negative rail. The center is connected to common because that is the more positive of the two rails. Now, I like to put them in kind of uniformly. And I also like to put them in a way where I can read the text on them. As long as there's nothing blocking them. So this is how I'll put them in the board. Now, I will probably put them all in the same way. So basically like this. Now, you don't have to worry because IBM designed the board so that they could use two-leg caps. So all of these pads have the outer pins connected together. So I don't have to put jumpers or anything on the board because there are traces doing it. Thomas Armstrong is reminding me to reflow the power connector. All right, well, because it took me long enough to get the caps in, I'm going to preheat the board again a little bit, just so it's warm, and I will reflow the power connector while I'm doing this. I will add some flux on the power connector. Thomas Armstrong says it looks iffy. Well, it looks okay to me, but I haven't looked at it under a microscope. But since I'm here and I'm already soldering, and I already have to warm up the board, strictly speaking, I probably didn't need to add flux, since I'm also adding a little bit of fresh solder, but since I'm not removing the old solder, and I want to make sure we have a nice, strong solder joint, I'm just belt and suspenders in it. Turn my hair a lot. So there we go. That should probably be good. Nice, fresh. And now let me get these tantalums. I am going to get I'll get the center pin. And then I am going to make sure the tantalum cap is nice and flush. And then I'll get the other pin after inspecting the alignment. Make sure I'm happy with it. Yep, I think those look pretty good. This is like a easier part of the board to work because it's hidden behind the power connector, so if you kind of get them a little cattywampus, then it'll be harder to tell because all the power wiring will hide your floppy work. Although, I guess I'll know they're crooked, so I at least want to still do some care in making sure they look nice. But it's a good part of the board to warm up on to make sure you got your process down. All right. Then I will cut the leads, and then I probably yeah. And then because I got the solder up higher on some of these pins than I like. So I'm kind of cutting the solder. I usually then will dab a little solder flux on them and then just reflow the pins to make sure that I didn't break the solder joint when I cut the leg off. And what I usually do here is I get one side and then the other. All right. So now I have, 4 happy caps. I will clean flux when I am done with all of them, but well, that's assuming I didn't. Oh, that's purple, black, white, yellow, red. Oh, the green paint marker must be on my bench. Wait, or did I drop it on the floor? Oh, interesting. Oh, there it is. It is on the bench. All right. These aren't big enough for me to draw a smiley face on. But I will at least put a green dot on the top of them. And we'll go on to the next tantalum, which is these 3 pins here. Let me preheat the board a little bit. I'm going around the board. Hey, Lazy Bite Boy, welcome. All right, it's probably good enough. Just want a gentle preheat. And then I will go ahead and add some fresh solder. Like so. And then we will desolder. There we go. That cap came right out. I do need to inspect the board though. All right, we did have a little bit of exposed solder mask. Actually, I think I will fix that with a little bit of solder so that the copper doesn't oxidize. It kind of looks like I might have gotten solder on it. All right. I will carefully solder this new capacitor in. And then I will cut the leads. And then I will add some flux here. I'm going to tin my soldering iron. And then I'll put some of that then I'll see that the solder mask is kind of fragile in this area of the board, and that maybe I should just UV solder mask that real quick and fix it that way. Now I got 2 exposed areas of traces. Clean up the flux so that the solder mask will stick. And well, okay. I will fix the solder mask issues after I get all the caps. Yeah, these PCBs are definitely fragile. All right. All right. Luckily, the next tantalum cap. Oh, hold on. There we go. It's a good cap. There we go. All right. The next one's down here on the end. Kind of. All right. So I guess we'll get this one. And then we'll get this one, and I'll fix these pins while I'm in this area. And then I'll come around and get the 4 by the memory. And then I'll get the 2 that are kind of, I guess, in the center of the board. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to go. All right. And then I'll do solder mask repairs once. All right, so a little preheat. This one will probably come out relatively stress-free because there's no solder mask close enough that I'm afraid I'll damage it. All right. Add some fresh solder. All right. Clear. I think that one's clear. All right, there we go. All right, the cap is loose. There we go. Cap is out. So, yep, so yes. Yep. Then we'll replace. There we go. For anyone that's just joining, so IBM used three-legged tantalum caps originally that are center positive, and they did that for pick and place assembly reasons. Because with a two-legged cap, the machine would have to get positive or negative aligned. But with the three-legged cap, if it's center positive, then it doesn't matter which way it inserts the cap, because it'll always be in the correct orientation. Versus a two-legged cap, well, it could get it right or it could get it wrong, because it would matter which way the cap was rotated. So, but the one thing IBM should have done is they should have probably used 25-volt tantalum caps. But they used 16-volt caps, and there's just not a lot of... It doesn't leave enough margin on the 12-volt rails, which is why on these old IBM boards, the certain tantalum caps have a tendency of showing their gratitude for giving them power in weird ways. So that's why I'm recapping this board. And I am using two-legged caps because they are significantly cheaper than the three-legged ones. Yes, I think the three-legged ones are like somewhere between $2.50 and $3 a piece. I haven't checked the price recently, but they're pricey. I think I may have misquoted the price on these two-legged ones. I think they might be closer to 30 cents each at quantity. Of 100, I usually buy them 100 at a time, and that's enough for about 4 IBMs. Actually, I might be watching that card, Thomas. Add some fresh solder. But on this board, usually it's the 12 or the negative 12 volt tantalum caps that give you a fireworks show, because they're the closest to 16 volts. The old power supplies is they can spike up. The 12-volt rail can be high for a brief moment while the power supply regulates 12 volts, which is why 16 volts is really not a high enough rating for tantalums. Twice is usually the headroom you want to give them. So I'm using 25-volt tantalums, which should hopefully mean that this board won't have to be recapped again for a while. we go. And I'm working my way around the board. Yeah, the old power supply units was like 65 watts, Thomas said. But this 5150 that I bought has an upgraded power supply because whoever owned it installed a hard card. Which probably overwhelmed the original power supply. So it's got I think, a 200 watt power supply in it. And I can't vouch for how well it might be regulating. There we go. Another... Oh, I forgot to mark that tantalum with the green dot. And this one gets a green dot too. There we go. Alright, so all these around the memory here are ceramics. But these four are definitely tantalum caps. So let's get those. We have 6 tantalum caps to go. Thomas says, at least the RAM does not use the 12 volts, just the 5 volts. The 65 would have shut off. Well, now, interestingly, though, the 5 volt caps aren't usually the ones that pop. But this one here was on the 5 volt rail. The one that went up in fireworks. And Mikey, N6IL, hi Mikey, says, tantalum time bombs. Yeah. Good way to put it. Debug the bottom of the board here real quick. All right. That should be good. Let me add some fresh solder. I believe the tantalums are going to be those 3 pins. Those pins there. Take care of the solder blobs. Those 3 there. And all right. Oh, all right. Well, that one's out. That one's out. On this board, the orange and the yellow ones are the same values. I'm kind of wondering if they basically put all the caps in a bin and whatever they grabbed is what they put in place. There doesn't really seem to be a rhyme or a reason to where the orange ones and where the yellow ones are. Mikey says, there are some in the portable PC I was working on in the past few weeks, but so far no exploding caps. Thomas says, the RAM uses 135 milliwatts times 36 RAM. All right. So we have 4 caps. Go. Get these caps installed. 1, 2. 3, 4. All right. All right, I'm going to refresh the preheat a little bit. Mikey says, I have to look again. The ones on mine are the larger black axial tantalum caps. More bigger is more better explosions. See here what these caps look like. Those all look pretty good. So, here. Right, there we go. 4 more happy tantalum capacitors. I mean, I presume they're going to be happy. Okay, that leaves us with 2 more. One of which is here. See what that got us. I think I might have. Oh, yeah. That one is. Out. All right. Tell that. Just wanted to check alignment. All right. There we go. Pretty good. There we go. And there we go. There's that happy new tantalum cap. We got 1 more on the board right here. One capacitor seemingly for all the expansion slots. Right. All of the same recipe I've been using for all the rest of these. Preheat the board a little bit. That's probably enough. Fresh solder. desolder. And legs are a little more bent than I can. There we go, and it's out. And I got one last tantalum in this bag of tantalum capacitors. And, yep, that looks good. Solder. Trim leads. And then there we go. And that is one. Oh, I have more caps, Thomas. I just wanted to use matching caps on the board. Unlike some famous 3-letter acronym company that used whatever they came to whenever they came to. All right, so there we go. Besides, I wanted to put all the caps on because I don't want to pull this board out again anytime soon. And actually, I think there was only one cap on the ISA slot. Lazy Lazy Bite Boy says small indie startup IBM. Yeah. I I think I'm fairly confident they were well entrenched in the typewriter business when they decided to start making computers. Which I guess is slightly less of a pivot than if you're a leather company and decide to start making computers. But what do I know? Two leather companies pivoted and started making computers. And for anyone wondering, you're probably thinking, okay, well, I knew Tandy was a leather company and I knew they made computers. Which was the other leather company? Coleco. Coleco stands for Connecticut Leather Company. They were the other leather company that decided, I guess one day woke up and in the boardroom decided, let's make computers. All right. All right. I'm just going to spray some contact cleaner. Thomas Armstrong says, there was good money in leather. Lazy Bite Boy says, got rich making boots during World War II. Used that money to make games. Yeah. That sounds about right. Not what they did. Yeah, I was going to go ahead and put the 8087 in after I dust the top of the socket. Alright, let's deoxidate that socket again. I wish I had an AMD 8087. Alright, I think we'll use this one instead. There we go. Nice gold Intel 8087. But now we got new Tantalum caps and a math coprocessor. Let's dip to switch to Thomas Thinks. No, switch one. Switch block one, switch two needs to be off. think someone at IBM ran out of silkscreen. Oh, the silkscreen is under the switch. Let's see here. Switch 1 is the switch block closest to the center of the motherboard. Okay. So switch 2 needs to be off. There we go. Set for math coprocessor. All right, now we'll set this to the side. Lazy Bite Boy says, didn't realize AMD has been around since 1969. Yeah, they've been around a while. And they've been making x86 processors since, well, the 8088, because IBM insisted on IBM having a second source. And it is quite possible, although verification needed, I'd have to look it up. I think AMD might have been Intel's first second source production company. I don't have a gold and ceramic 8088, and I'm unlikely to buy one because I think if they do exist, they go for crazy money. I'll just have to settle for a rivalry set. Thomas says I have a golden 8085. Alright, so we got 2 Tantalum caps on the floppy controller. So we'll go ahead and replace both of those. Thomas says ceramic parts are always best. Well, then I will leave this AMD processor there because that is, I'm fairly sure that's a ceramic. That is a ceramic 8088. Okay, so let's go ahead and zap these 2 tantalums off the floppy controller because just because this is a floppy controller doesn't mean they're any less likely to have a fireworks show. Interesting. I didn't think the IBM card had a palm tree logo on it. Is this a third party? Oh, that is an IBM card. Okay. Yeah. I don't know that I'm not sure if I've seen Low Spec Gamers videos or not. I hardly have enough time as it is to keep up with what I'm subscribed to. And I'm still behind from. I may have seen it. I'm still kind of behind from where I was on vacation last week. And that was despite the fact that I took a Fire Stick with me so I could try to watch some YouTube videos. And I did get a chance to watch some. But that was after my parents went to bed, because while they were up, we were all watching Only Murders in the Building. Which, very interesting show. Alright, so there we go. 2 tantalums out. And all I have to say is, of course, all the seasons had to end on a cliffhanger. It's going to make me subscribe to Hulu so I can watch season 5. Yeah, not sure if the resort we were at pays for Hulu for the rooms, or if someone that stayed before us forgot to sign out of the Hulu account on the TV in the room, but yeah, we were able to watch Hulu. Jack says IBM PC 5150 Season 5. Yeah, this would be more like only tantalum caps in the computer. So, yes, as a public service announcement, if you go on vacation, sign on to a streaming service on the in-room TV, don't forget to sign out before you leave. Although, again, though, I don't know. It could have been the resort's account. I'll pretend it's the resort's account. Although it probably totally was someone forgot to log out. Probably when they get the email from Hulu telling them to, we've detected that you might be sharing your password email. Maybe they'll realize they need to log into their account and sign out at the resort. Also, I spilled the isopropyl alcohol. Yeah. That is why I took my Fire Stick instead of signing in on a TV in the room. And then had a note to myself to make sure I removed my Fire Stick from the TV before leaving. Because that way, I didn't risk staying signed in on a random TV. I guess, yes, that risked me forgetting the Fire Stick, but that's why I made the note to remove it from the TV. And of course, that means my Fire TV is now safely back on my TV at home, and Thomas Armstrong says, "Oh, fun tip. Don't tighten the screws in without having some cards in the slots to line things up." All right. There we go. The floppy controller is now recapped. It had two tantalum caps on it. It now has two happy little caps on it. 1 and 2. There we go. Yeah, all right. That looks good. All right, so now let's take a look at this video card. It has 3 tantalum caps on it. I am going to go ahead and replace them. Yes, 3 little caps. Ah. Yes, these are the little blue ones that may or may not be as bad. Since I've got the caps, I'm just going to recap it. And these caps, the polarity is marked on the board, so make it easy to reinstall them. Right, that one's still... All right. Spec says Count Capula. Yeah. Okay, these caps are slightly bigger than the originals, but I think they will fit okay. Oh, yeah. Totally fine. Oh yeah, look at that. It's like this board was designed for these caps. Let's see here. Okay, let me just double check I got them in correct clarity. Alright, positive is that side, and there's the stripe. And then, yep. Oh. Good thing I checked. I put those ones in backwards. Because the positive, yep, there we go. I had those two in backwards. I'm glad I checked. There we go. Now they are incorrect. Oh, oh yeah. I saw Thomas Armstrong said Count Capula first. Yes. For some reason I have the Count's uh, 3 songs stuck in my head. I guess it's just as well the 5150 had 13 capacitors on the motherboard instead of 12 because, well, if it had 12, we'd be pulling the pinball handle. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Hey, Dave, welcome. I'm recapping a video card here. not an IBM brand one, but it had tantalums on it. I figured I'd just go ahead and recap it while I was in here. All right, there we go. Nope, Thomas, it is not quite time to do that yet. There was something I wanted to do first. That'll give the isopropyl alcohol a chance to dry. So let's take our hard card here. I'm going to unplug the All right, one does not simply unplug the power connector, apparently. All right. Sprayed some contact cleaner down in the Molex connector. Hopefully, there we go. Thomas says, no, they are hard to separate after 40 years. Yes. All right, so here we go. This is my power adapter that goes to my USB to IDE adapter. And now I got to figure out which of these plugs down here is the power adapter for it. I think it's this one right here. Oh, there we go. Oh, we've got rotation. Did not hear the heads, though. So I am going to see if I can't drop a little bit of oil in the stepper motor. All right. Oh, Thomas Armstrong says the heads are controlled by the CPU on the card. An MFM dumb drive. I thought it would at least do a head test. By the way, it says do not rotate, so I am not going to rotate that. All right, Thomas says it's not going to work. All right, we'll have to plug the card in. All right. So we are going to test this way because I don't know that the power supply in the 5150 is good, and I was having trouble unplugging the floppy drive. So if I can find my power adapter that will supply negative 5 volts, we will need that for the 5150 to be happy. Remember where I or okay, I'm trying to find either an AT power supply or my ATX to AT adapter that generates negative 5 volts. So one or the other. First one I find, oh, All right, I'm still looking. Because I've found my adapter that does not generate negative 5 volts. But we need negative 5 volts. I want to see this thing post free and clear. Oh, here we go. Here we go. I found an AT power supply. No, I don't trust the 5150 power supply. Also, I can't get the floppy drives unplugged from the power connectors. And the power connectors are upside down because reasons. So it makes it harder to spray deoxit into the power connectors on the floppy drives to then be able to pull the power connectors out. The floppy drives have tantalum capacitor issues, so I can't use it. Yeah, I will probably have to dismount the floppy drives. Oh, okay. We are not going to be able to put the hard card in. That is a no-go. Yeah, black to black. Yeah, the cap. Yeah, the floppies have blown caps. Therefore, we can't use the floppies. All right. All right. So, all right, there we go. I've got the recapped. We got the recapped motherboard, recapped floppy drive, recapped video card, and the AST 6-pack plugged in. I have the RGB to HDMI. I am checking that I've got the... Oh, I think I just reset it. All right, fine. Let me unplug it and plug it from power, plug it back in, and make sure that I got the correct input. All right. Yes. All right, I got the correct input, and oh, it is not set for the correct mode. So let me go ahead and set this. All right, and then I'll power up. Of course, I would pick the wrong direction to scroll. And of course, at this point, I might as well finish going the direction I'm going because and because of flickering, that's why I'm not sharing my screen. Oh, my vacation was great, Dave. There we go. CGA IBM old. I don't have a keyboard plugged in. I won't be able to type anything. In fact, I don't know which is the keyboard port and which is the cassette port. One closer to the power. Okay. All right, let me grab a keyboard. Okay. Okay, there we go. Got a keyboard plugged in. All right. I'm going behind my safety blast shield because I'm a chicken. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's good. We have a signal. No smoke. That's always a good thing. We have a flashing cursor. We should get a floppy drive error because I don't have a floppy connected. The 5150 does not count. Thomas Armstrong says to do a load. You have to bear with me. This is the German keyboard. A. I think I heard a relay click. Yes, the relay clicked. I heard it click before it said device timeout. I'm going to do it one more time so I can listen carefully. Yeah, it's definitely engaging the relay. So there we go. Thomas Armstrong says you can get the cassette diagnostics MP3 file. Well, I have no way of loading it. All right, so there we go. It is past midnight, so that's where we're going to end. I guess on a successful note, because we got old cell phone with speaker jack. I'm going to restate my original statement. I don't know how I'm going to load that. I don't have an old cell phone with a speaker jack. All right. Okay, I'm going to have to hold this hold. All right, I'm gonna have to hold things down. But all right, I'm going to try the hard card. I'm curious. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, I'll have to get something to. Lazy Bite Boy says, "Yep, lol, my Zune is sitting on my vintage doodads bookshelf." Thomas Armstrong says, "Oh, MP3 are vintage tech now. Yeah, headphone jacks have gone the way of the dodo bird." (1701) 601. All right. Something tells me the hard card is the hard drive is probably hard drive's heads are probably stuck in a pile of goo. Mikey says 1701 hard drive not working. All right, 601's floppy drive. I don't have any floppy drives connected. Yeah, I know 601's floppy drive. Well, I mean, all right, so I got the diagnostics cassette, but I don't really have a good way of loading it at the moment. On my eBay watch list, I do have use a bigger hammer. I sure thought I felt the heads move further. I'm not sure I have a tape deck, which that would require me to have a tape with the diagnostics on it. Other than a VIC-20 tape deck, but that won't work on a PC. I'll have to find a... I've got on my... Oh, wait, the heads are seeking now. I felt the heads seek. I mean, I know I could get a tape deck, but that doesn't help me if I don't have a tape. I've got on my eBay watch list a device that you like put the cassette files on an SD card and it connects to the cassette port on a computer. It would probably work on this, but that's on my eBay watch list. I think I'd also need the cable for the cassette port, or make one. We're past midnight. Now is not the time where my brain wants to problem solve. That would require me to have a laptop that has a headphone jack, which I might have. Alexander says, I'm always tickled when I see modern tech made to work with a much older tech like this. Yeah. Ask Mike from the shack. All right, we're going to give the hard card one more try, because I think the heads... Oh, the heads are definitely moving further now. For instance, those IDE to compact flash adapters. Yeah, those things are great. I mean, I could go find a XTIDE, but it's late. I want to see the hard card work. I think the heads are seeking. It may take another couple power cycles, but... Thomas says, and I have a Trident SVGA card in my 5150. Well, this 5150 is going to have to live with the CGA card, because... the Trident cards for a 5160. Oh. Alright, one more try. Thomas Armstrong says, I got old waiting for the RAM test. Yeah, I know, seriously. I'm glad IBM added a count for the 5160. Thomas says, don't let Trina run MemTest on this. I don't think MemTest will run on a 5150. I'm fairly sure... wait. Did you see that? There was no 1701 error. We also didn't... someone probably formatted the hard drive, but yeah, the 1701 error is gone. I'm going to take that as a win. I'm also going to remove the hard card now from this assemblage, because when I end the stream, I am going to go upstairs and go to bed. Therefore, I don't want this to fall over in the next, 18 to 20 hours before I get home from work tomorrow and can, clean my workbench. So there we go. So what have we done tonight? We've recapped what I picked up at the beach. We recapped the 5150 motherboard, the floppy controller, the CGA card. We've bench tested all the cards, and we apparently got the Miniscribe drive to where the heads are moving, and we got rid of the 1701 error. So Oh, Alexander says, hang on, at the beach? I must have missed something. Yeah, I was on vacation last week. I was at North Myrtle Beach. And I picked up a couple items, including Super Mario Brothers 3 for the NES. Very good game. I'll have to test it later. A $2 Windows 95 upgrade. And it's got the CD key. So, yeah, I went to the beach and thrifting. Yes. And let's see here. Oh, yeah. I picked up Tetris for the Game Boy. Like the Game Boy DMG, the original one. It's upstairs because I was playing it last night. I totally need to get a backlight for my Game Boy. And for $4.99, I got a Neo Alpha Smart and got the batteries replaced. Whoop. System software detected a problem and attempted to fix file 4. Corrupted. Press E. Interesting. Oh, press A key to continue. Okay, so maybe there's a problem with my Neo Alpha Smart because that's weird. Huh. Yeah, now it doesn't want to turn on. Did it did I drain the batteries already? Interesting. Well, that's weird. Alexander says I thought you literally found that board in the sand. That was the part I missed. Oh, no, this 5150 came from eBay, the place where I buy the things I later regret. Except my Alpha Smart is all right. Well, I guess well, the batteries are still inserted. All right. Well, I guess there's one last thing to do before I end the stream. But while I remove these 3 Rayovac batteries, because obviously there's something up with this Alpha Smart. Looks like it might be going on the repair pile. At least further troubleshooting is going to be necessary. Maybe I had something laying on the keyboard and didn't realize it, and it drained the batteries. Or maybe there's a fault with the Alpha Smart, and it took fresh batteries and a couple hours to manifest. So yeah, that battery still has 1.5 volts in it. This battery is well, that's weird. Um, this Rayovac battery is deformed. That's really weird. It's measuring 1.5 volts. Oh, maybe the label just wasn't attached very well. Okay. That's the problem. Huh. Weird. Yeah, I don't know. I got one more Rayovac battery, I think. Maybe I only had the 3. All right. Well, anyways, maybe an internal battery that died. Well, I replaced the internal battery. I don't know. I guess we'll have to probably further troubleshoot the Neo Alpha Smart. Anyways, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe, and turn on notifications so you know when I go live next. Thursday, we're going to be looking at the 2SI. Specifically, I'm hoping to be able to use the internal diagnostics to try to figure out why the, I guess, 2SI logic board number 4 SADMAX right when you power it up. So hopefully we will get somewhere there, and then I'll have to schedule streams for next week. But I am getting tired. So with that, I hope you all have... Oh, I guess I should go back to Justin Cam. So with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for joining me, hanging out in the chat, being cool, the awesome feedback. Alexander says, A++ stream tonight, buddy. Have a good night, Justin and everyone. Yes, thank you, Alexander. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, being cool in the chat, all the suggestions. Enjoyed some potential regrets, some thrift pickups while I was at the beach. And we got the 5150 important stuff recapped. We'll get the floppy drives later. We might pick back up on it next week and get the floppy drives. And put things back in the case. And since the hard card's no longer giving a 1701, well, I'll have to try to figure out how to pull up its built-in format utility. So maybe we'll get to format the hard card and install an operating system on it. That would be pretty cool. So with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Hope to see you here Thursday. Take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.